Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get a wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules that you followed in order to be able to have that access, have that closeness with the crew. And then on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Astrovan. And that is going to be the crew's ride out to the launch pad. This modified Airstream motorhome can seat up to 8 people inside. It has a TV and sound system, and we know they plan to watch a video during.
I think Top Gun is on the menu,
Yes.
And then also Point Break, because Christina surfs, so I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned. So
I love that. It gets them in the headspace, the right headspace to really just enjoy the ride to space. NASA's history with Airstream dates back to the 60s when the company created a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. This picture here, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. Then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pad. And again, that is what we're going to see today. A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits, the Astrovan, very reminiscent of what we have done before and how we got to where we are now.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cool ride. You get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting, and then along the whole way here at KSC, all of the employees from Kennedy Space Center come out. You can see in the background of the shot you're looking at right now, all of those employees and everybody lining the streets, waving and wishing them luck.
I think this is an emotional moment for a lot of people because this is the last time where a lot of people will be with the crew, because once they get to the pad, there's only a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely. This can be emotional for the crew, can be emotional for the families, of course. I mean, I got to wave goodbye one last time to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and yeah, it's surreal. It starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew to walk out those doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited.
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
Ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes. Yeah, so the ones that are close and waving, those are the immediate family, so spouses, partners, kids.
And we're trying to give them some privacy so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. You know, when you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
You know, that they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You know, you see Christina there smiling. So this felt much less heavy and just, you know, waving and maybe cracking a joke or something, saying hi. So this was a really, really great moment for our crew.
Reed's 2 daughters there. Reed spoke about when he told them that he was selected to be the Artemis II commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react. And actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but that it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife and 3 children, super excited. He felt very supported. You know, he did have that tough conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts too from Reed there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys," saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
Quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reed there saying, "Thank you guys," as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their Astrovan. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according to the very detailed timeline of launch today, they are expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet? They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and movie
break.
ready.
And yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes. the closeout crew at the pad, still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right, Nicole?
Yes, so they're probably laying out the seat restraints and getting all of the umbilicals set and ready to go so that when the crew gets there, they can ingress and start getting strapped in and connected to the capsule.
And in our smaller box there, we have a shot of our administrator, Jared Isaacman, bouncing around quite a lot today. Was in the firing room right after the crew weather brief, saying to the crew that they are good for them to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout. So in the van, they're probably getting hooked up to the portable cooling systems as well. So that would be my guess on the slight delay here, making sure everybody's situated, connected to cooling, and ready to go before they take off.
Right, because the orange boxes, we didn't talk about it when we were in the suit-up room, but if anybody noticed, there are these orange boxes, and that's what provides the cooling to those thermal garments. And so those boxes have been staged inside of the Astrovan so that once they got there, they can connect up again so that they're cool and comfortable on the way out.
Right, so they were off cooling from the walkout, you know, said hello to their families in the 80-degree weather here in Florida today. So it can get really warm in the suit quickly if you're not careful. So we want to make sure everybody's comfortable before we drive off.
And then when they get to the pad, of course, and strapped into Orion, then they don't have any need for those cooling boxes anymore. They will get that cooling through Orion, through the different lines and umbilicals that they'll be connecting to there.
Yep, that's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control system will take over once they're connected to the umbilical.
And so when we were watching them get into the elevator, I said, oh, there's a couple more people going in there. And they were, again, those folks in the white suits that we saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the moon, something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers as they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
And now Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover and his journey to this history-making moment.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV, but my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
Great to hear from Reed and Victor in their own words about how they feel about this mission and their role in it as the convoy turns this corner here onto the road where the vehicle assembly building is and where the group that we showed you earlier today, ready with their flags. Wow, that group has expanded exponentially. Yes, this is great.
So many people.
Flags. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here to wish them well.
Yes, this is heartwarming. Look at how many people there are. Everyone is so excited about this mission.
Signs. People have made signs. I feel like the Astrovan has slowed down a little bit, you know, to really take in the moment.
Wow.
That's amazing there. Again, crowds continue going, going, going as we are now passing the historic Vehicle Assembly Building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people lining the route. Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all of the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all, this must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space Center. Imagine the rest of Florida right now.
Yep. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who holds the record for the most consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical. And I'd much rather be solving problems, wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment. And that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you. And that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
And as we continue to watch the convoy, almost at the pad, mission specialist and first-time flyer, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse, I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
What's really neat too was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well, as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, you know, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. You know, we modified the pad in the 70s and 80s, and then the shuttle missions actually launched from here as well.
And then, of course, Artemis 1 took off from this launch pad, November 2022. And now here we are about to see the Artemis 2 crew get out of the Astrovan and make their way up the mobile launcher to the 274-foot level, where they will embark on their first crewed test flight of the Artemis program.
You know, I think that button in the elevator actually says space when you
It does?
hit it. Yeah,
Really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look at the clock as we wait for the crew to get out. 4 hours, 10 minutes and counting until the top of our 2-hour launch window today. Let's head back across the street to Daryl, who's following the launch team every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And here inside Firing Room 1, we had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by, and of course going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astrovan there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reed Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower to go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm and get into the white room. The one of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis II crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis 1 launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready, and you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed, Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and we saw there from the launch team, but human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator doors, again, to catch the astronauts as they make their way up to the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the structure you see there. It is not only a way for the crew to obviously access Orion, but also provides the fuels, communications, all that to the rocket. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo!
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. They didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launchpad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A. But again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions from you guys? What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. You know, I think we get such good training. You know, this crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, you know, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. And you know, we've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, you know, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. You know, they left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time a crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again, here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis 2.
Right. You know, this is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. And, you know, like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee raised burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well. All right. And before we asked you guys a question, who would you take to the moon with you? Would that be a bestie, a pet, family member, or seasoned astronaut? Overwhelmingly seasoned astronaut. So Nicole, you and I are going to the moon.
Was that your answer as well?
That was totally my answer. Again, like I thought my husband would not like that answer because he'd want to come along too. But I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut. So
that's fair. Yeah, like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way. And so, yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Ooh, yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible. And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride. So yeah, take advantage of these opportunities to be a part of it.
Yes, it's a mission for all.
And so back in the suit, no, not the suit up room, the white room. Well, they're suiting up. You can see why I might have slipped that out. So they are continuing to put on gloves. Reed and Jeremy look like they've been checked. Again, they've put on their gloves, their helmets. They've taken off those coverings on their shoes now that they're about to get into Orion. And then suit technicians are also helping Christina and Victor. And they're in this particular order, actually, because this is the order in which they're going to ingress into Orion. Again, we have Reed, Jeremy, then Victor, last Christina.
Yeah, and that just has to do, like you said, with the seat orientation. So as the astronauts sit down and lay back in the capsule, the left side will be Reed, and then below him will be Jeremy. So that's why they're going to get in first, to create space for then Victor and Christina to get in.
And let's talk a little bit now about the closeout team. We saw a few of these folks also in the suit up room. Suit technicians were in there, again, to make sure that they get into the suits properly. And then a couple of them came out to the pad here to, again, do the same thing. Hey, are you comfortable in these suits? Is everything is as you expected? And then these folks here will help them get into Orion, buckle up. And so we were talking a little bit about their attire, specially made for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so these they almost look like the equivalent of a flight suit, right? They're fire resistant. They've got the straps on the back for emergencies that mimic the same straps that the astronauts have on their suits, so that you can use the same exact equipment in an emergency egress from the pad, for example. So we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies, how to very quickly, if there were an emergency, get everyone out, not just the astronauts, but also the closeout crew if an emergency was happening while they were still at the pad. And so those suits, flame retardant. Also, when we see them crawl into Orion, you will notice that they are on their knees quite a bit, so built-in knee pads. Really a thoughtful design for the purpose that they're serving today.
Yeah, they're functional, which is exactly what we want, but also they're pretty classy looking. So we did a good job with the design.
I was going to say, they actually look like, the outfits that car racers wear, right?
Yeah. And
then when I said that to the lead of the closeout crew, he's number one, if we do see him, Taylor Hose, he said, well, actually, we are kind of like a pit crew, like they're very quickly moving through the operations so that not a lot of time, not more time is spent at the pad than is needed, because this is a fully fueled rocket, Nicole.
Right. Yeah, we want to minimize the time that we have more humans up in the white room, but also safely and efficiently get the astronauts ingressed into the capsule. And so that's their main job. That's I like the pit crew analogy. Works great.
And so, Nicole, as we get ready to see them ingress, I know you'll be, again, an invaluable source as we talk through this part of the launch countdown, because you've been inside a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. And I know that because you texted me a photo that you took, this selfie in the mock-up, and little did you know I was going to put it in this broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a really wonderful opportunity. Last week, our flight control team at Johnson Space Center hosted an open house of the Orion mock-up there in the space vehicle mock-up facility. And so I got to spend some time in the capsule with some of the flight controllers who are actually sitting on console right now and talk to them about everything inside the mock-up. So you can see I've got a bump cap on. It's like a small hard hat. There are a lot of metal corners and things, and we are still squishy humans at the end of the day. And so they want you to be careful while you're moving around in there. But I got to see, how the crew will ingress. I got to look at the umbilical and the seat straps, and I got to see, the emergency equipment and the stowage and the toilet. I got to see it all. Got to talk about everything. It was pretty cool. It was a really great time. Michael and Bruce were great with me. They They answered all of my questions.
Yeah, because it's really good to be able to give that perspective because, and as you guys will see, yes, we do have cameras inside Orion and we'll, of course, take you in, but it doesn't give you a true feeling or idea of how big the space is, how things are configured. Again, like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that.
Yeah, you said they're on their backs and, you have to somehow get there. And so they're actually going to almost barrel roll onto their shoulder to get onto their backs and their feet up on those leg rests. Actually, Andre's holding onto right there. You can see Andre number 2's inside getting everything ready for them. And actually, those leg rests for the pilot and commander seat will come off once they get into orbit to create some more space for them.
And it looks like we're getting ready to ingress here. Yep, thumbs up from Reed. Everybody configured with their suits, and so in we go. They actually get inside by walking backwards. That's the easiest way to get in, right, Nicole?
Yeah, so he will step down right over the flywheel or the exercise equipment that they've got in there. We'll talk to that in a second. And then you actually step down right on top of the toilet area backwards. You can see him going now. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze, but they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis II mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in and if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh,
yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis II backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh, my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed. And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness. Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reed are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reed and when Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that that device for them, so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC ask MS2 is online for context.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2 OTC Orion Earth 1 comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
And so that was the Orion test conductor speaking with Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist 2 for this mission. So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed, a successful test. The rest of the crew here waiting in the white room. Again, as Nicole was saying, a little tight there for all of those folks. So Christina and Victor will wait until Reed and Jeremy are done getting buckled in.
Yeah, I think 4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, that the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
OTC ask, commander's ready for comm checks.
OTC copies. Commander.
NTD, Misco 212 comm check.
NTD, have you loud and clear here as well.
I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm. Welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check.
It's Gary Bush, I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these 2 closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has 3 different, actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team?
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-minus 3 hours and 44 minutes and counting as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So of course, the crew is mindful at the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to. And so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time and they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket in the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well, and the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. They really wanted to put in a lot of thought. And what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually, they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Have a great flight. Godspeed. We'll get you around the moon and home.
If I had a message for the crew, be safe, to have fun, to remember that we're all down here rooting for them.
I want to wish my friend and former student, Victor Glover, and the entire Artemis team best wishes and a successful flight.
Have fun. Take some really cool pictures. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
From the Earth to Sky team, connecting NASA science to public lands, go Artemis.
We will see you in the Pacific, and you can count on us being there.
Greetings from NASA Langley's historic gantry facility,
where Neil learned to land on the moon and Orion learned how to swim.
We are with you all the way to splashdown.
Let's go fly from the Orion Human Engineering team. Woo! Like a full moon, your future is bright. Have a safe journey from the multimedia team in Cleveland, Ohio.
We hope to see you guys back safely in San Diego, maybe singing some karaoke.
Yeah, right, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants to do. After, he's like, yep, karaoke. I love that people submitted videos. You know, this is something that we actually asked as part of the broadcast. We were like, you know what, I think it'll be really fun. And the overwhelming amount of people who wanted to record something for the crew was really heartwarming.
Yeah, you know, this is the first time in over half a century that we're sending people back to the moon, and everybody is excited about it. You know, kindergarten to congressmen and all over the world, everyone is ready for today and excited to see this launch.
And so here we are again, still inside Orion with the closeout team, putting some final touches on, it looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to any other umbilicals that he needs to be connected to for Orion. Again, we are sharing so much information with you, and we hope you find it educational and fun. But we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say Christina said it earlier, it's the witness plate to the universe. And, you know, it has all these impact craters because it's not protected. Things hit it all the time. Meteoroids, asteroids, all sorts of things hit the moon and create these impact craters. That's part of what we want to go and look at and learn about on the moon. It can tell us a lot about the age of the universe and the age of the moon. You know, it's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. She was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. You know, that's a great question, and actually, part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side. And then on the left side, there's something similar. And so they've got, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I'm going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these 3 fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast. It's going to get hot and windy. And so we have these 3 fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit. But for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there. And we did want to point out that you did hear over
and the PLT NTD on Orion Earth 1 for ComCheck.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so, again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1.
10.1.1, crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window. And we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those comm checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, Integrity Crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And Integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR, PLT,
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR, PLT,
MS1.
MS2.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR, PLT,
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken.
MS1.
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis 2 work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the in-rim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares.
Go ahead, MTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for seat. This is Mission Control Houston with visors closed. The pressurization tests can commence. We'll stand by for word of a good leak check on all 4 of the crew member suits for the Artemis 2 mission. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our 4 crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. Command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis 3 mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule Integrity. And there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedures, systems, and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time, and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface. You may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check, verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the Ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston. We continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. Looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that. As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is mission specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera. And so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft looking towards, oh no, let's see, get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag on camera.
OTC.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that
and CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Yeah.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. As I was saying, Christina Cook will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, it's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's pneumatically opened and closed rather with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed, but this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew, for some reason, needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
ATC cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
ATC copies.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in firing room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So
yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag-on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal that. There's 2 seals, actually, 2 seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good. And that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that the seal, they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize, again, just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute. And if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft. And then that, again, is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martin there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, tons of people out here today. Thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift off. Where are you from, and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard. And so this seems like such a full circle, happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years and then 12 years before that just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the pastronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis 1 mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis 2, and unfortunately Artemis 1 went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis 2. And with my foundation, like, the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry, and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely. And as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together, maybe say, go Artemis. Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview. And again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff, not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing.
Yeah.
There behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics, but you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now, these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between, they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they're going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now, this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end to end, and these are going to help power the service module and in turn provide what the crew needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I'm the Artemis 2 Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director.
And I'm Boeing's first stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
I am the Artemis 2 Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis 2.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis 2 mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Recovery team is responsible for three things. So recovery is what we call our nominal recovery situation, where we go recover the crew and the capsule at their designated landing site. Rescue is in case we do need to rescue the crew and they landed somewhere else that we did not plan. And then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on SLS is to manage the operations architecture on the SLS program. One of the specific things that we do is support launch operations. It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team, to show the next generation in seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core stage processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly, and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
I've been a flight director for over 10 years now. I worked on the Artemis 1 mission, and after that mission completed, I was assigned as the entry flight director for Artemis 2. I can't wait to see the hatch open after splashdown. That's when we know that our mission will be complete and the crew will have safely returned to the moon and back to Earth.
Flozo crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the White Room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand mankind's knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take that big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing on our timelines, our procedures? Artemis 2 is a beginning. It's going to inspire a new generation. It's going to uncover science. It's going to serve as a pathway to places that we have never been before.
And to meet more people of Artemis, you can head to the link we're going to put up on your screen there. Just again, really nice to see all the faces that have put in the work, the time, the hours, the dedication to get us to today.
Yeah, so many professionals that worked so hard on this mission.
And what was really fun to see is, you know, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of 2 hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go. And now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. It's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. You know, it's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. You know, what part of the moon are we going to? You know, eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. You know, we're going further than we have in a long time. And, you know, on the International Space Station, we're 250 miles from the Earth. And so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions. But the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. You know, there's a communication delay the further away you get. And so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon. So it's no surprise that, yes, even though our goal is to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole, the lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah, but, you know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission. And so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye. And so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis II crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't, you know, have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're just going to have a, I think, 45+ minute blackout while they're while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis II. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little speechless.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds. And to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Yeah, leading the way back to the moon. It's exciting.
Mm-hmm. And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations. And that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada, again, joining us on this ambitious test flight.
Yeah, of course, you know, it goes back to the old proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually. And so we're going to get to the moon first. And you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition. Again, reminding us of what it is we are trying to accomplish for all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there, just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, you know, the tablet on Jeremy's knee well. So they're going to adjust the lighting to what makes sense for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the 2 hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that. So there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was 2nd grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all, that we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What? Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with the spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, zero gravity indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So
we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes, food, a map, your favorite toy. Really. Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there. And we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise. And then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise. And so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see, Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain their orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts. And yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the White Room ready, get the capsule ready. And she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020. Mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through our AskCanner initial training. So she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going?
Still going quite smoothly here from firing room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system. Should the astronauts need the LAS, this would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors, which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, passed through that area and soaked the place. Certainly rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, we all really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really like that. And we really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket, looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it. And that's what
Hola, ¿cómo están todos? Bienvenidos a esta transmisión. Estoy haciendo una aparición, digamos, temprana, previa al inicio de nuestra transmisión oficial con nuestros comentarios en español, que va a ser a partir de las 19 horas. Simplemente para contarles que todo está bien. Obviamente que esta transmisión es en inglés y por allí hay gente que obviamente no sabe qué es lo que está ocurriendo, pero en la medida que ustedes vean en esa ventana superior izquierda que la cuenta regresiva va funcionando y cada vez nos acercamos más a L0, quiere decir que todo funciona realmente bien, ¿sí? El clima acompaña, estaba escuchando recién que se trata, que hay una serie de vientos un poquito fuertes en la costa, pero hasta ahora todo parece indicar que el lanzamiento no tiene ningún tipo de obstáculos y que todo está verde, como dicen habitualmente en la jerga, para que finalmente el SLS con la cápsula Orion y los astronautas puedan realmente ir a órbita terrestre en principio, donde van a estar 2 días, y luego haber una inyección translunar para dirigirse a nuestro satélite y sobrevolarlo. El 80% de la meteorología indicaba que era favorable. Esperemos que eso siga así. Había algunas nubes un poquito densas. Veamos qué pasa con los vientos. A esta altura, decía recién la relatora, con Artemisa 1 había muchos problemas y suspensiones y paradas en el reloj, en la cuenta regresiva. Eso no parece estar ocurriendo ahora. Parece que todo está funcionando bien. Así que todo parece indicar que vamos a tener un lanzamiento. De todas maneras, como sabemos bien, quienes nos dedicamos a esto y seguimos lanzamientos desde hace mucho tiempo, todo puede pasar y un segundo antes puede haber una parada en la cuenta regresiva. Se puede llegar a detener el reloj, ¿sí? En fin, Artemisa 2 es una prueba muy importante, es un vuelo de prueba muy importante. Está diseñado para demostrar que Orión es capaz de transportar astronautas durante un periodo prolongado en el espacio profundo. Va a marcar el debut de la cápsula con tripulación y su tercer vuelo en total después de Artemisa 1 y una misión de prueba, recuerda, no tripulada a la órbita terrestre en 2014, si la queremos considerar o no. El año que viene, Artemisa 3, ya en el 2027, esperemos que marque un nuevo hito, va a poner a prueba la capacidad de Orión para acoplarse con uno o ambos módulos de aterrizaje lunares tripulados, en los que va a intervenir la empresa SpaceX y la empresa Blue Origin con sus naves espaciales Blue Moon y el Starship, ¿sí? Así que nada, era una aparición. Hay gente también preguntando aquí si yo voy a aparecer o no. La idea es realmente hacerlo. Coloqué un mensaje arriba diciendo que a partir de las 19 horas comienza nuestra transmisión para no estar tanto tiempo. Y decirles que también en esa transmisión van a participar mis compañeros del planetario Pecos. Yo estoy viviendo actualmente en Carlos Paz, por si alguno todavía no lo sabía. Ahora todos mis reportes aparecen con planetario Pecos. Así que, bueno, nos estamos viendo más tarde con todos mis compañeros, ¿sí? Muchas gracias a todos los que ya desde temprano están sintonizando esta retransmisión de la NASA. Me pareció importante hacerlo de temprano. Estoy supervisando, viendo también sus comentarios. Me pareció importante porque de a poquito se va construyendo cierta expectativa y cierto hype, como se dice, sobre la misión. Yo comentaba en el reporte de ayer que de todas maneras ha habido muy poco interés por parte de los medios y por lo tanto de la gente también, porque no podemos culpar al público si los medios de pronto no están dando suficiente cobertura. Es así, estamos en una época de la inmediatez, en una época de que todo lo queremos rápido, de que esto ya lo vimos, que en el 68 ya lo hizo el Apolo 8, que bueno, queremos que alunicen de vuelta, nada, cosas por el estilo, la gente busca cosas nuevas. Y para mí, sin embargo, como lo voy a decir también cuando comencemos nuestra transmisión oficial, esto es un punto de inflexión en la historia de la exploración espacial tripulada. Estamos volviendo después de mucho tiempo y parece ser, esperamos que sea así, la plataforma, la base, como para que se construyan ahora sí cosas diferentes, como lo dijo el mismo administrador de la NASA, Jerry Sandman, la posibilidad de ya no ir y buscar piedras a la Luna. El Buzz Aldrin decía eso. No vayamos a buscar rocas, vayamos a quedarnos. Y esa es la idea. Quedarnos allí, montar una base lunar, empezar a explotar la Luna, empezar a investigar desde nuestro satélite y luego, obviamente, utilizarlo como un trampolín para ir a Marte y, ¿por qué no, más allá? Así que muchas gracias nuevamente por estar acompañándonos en esta transmisión. Los dejo y en todo caso vuelvo un poquito más tarde. Reitero, nuestro inicio oficial es a partir de las 19 horas. Faltan 2 horas 33 minutos, ustedes lo están viendo en el cuadro superior izquierdo. Esa es la cuenta regresiva. Reitero, todo va bien hasta el momento. El llenado de los tanques fue completamente exitoso, hidrógeno y oxígeno líquido. El clima por ahora acompaña. Estamos viendo allí en esta imagen cómo hay mucha nubosidad, pero hasta el momento no parece ser un problema o un inconveniente para que la nave salga. A ver, a los 17 minutos antes del despegue, el director de lanzamiento es cuando recibe el visto bueno para el lanzamiento. Ya la tripulación está a bordo de la cápsula Orion, ya se cerró la escotilla del módulo donde está la tripulación, así que solo resta esperar entonces que el clima acompañe y que, bueno, de pronto las computadoras que permanentemente vigilan y rastrean cualquier problema no encuentren ningún inconveniente, ¿sí? Bueno, nos vemos un poquito más tarde. Muchas gracias a todos los que están en el chat. Pueden seguir conversando entre ustedes. Por allí lo vi a mi compañero del Observatorio Astronómico de Verde, Pablo Lescano. Pablo, si estás siguiendo la transmisión, un gran abrazo para vos y para todos los chicos de la IA. Vuelvo en un ratito, gente.
Has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons. She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
Go ahead. Command TBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but you know, we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking at for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now, for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So they're going to still lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan. You've come now from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas, which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Saku, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, actually, I applied for Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launchpad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're here from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first Black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe, and we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback, aux 1 voltage, 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore. And so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
Ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2 because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board, science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board. And then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system. So what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth.
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanoes,
the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot. Like, I love that. Find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question. And it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad. And we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again, safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
Really?
They were coming to see the launch. Everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us. So hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis II is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis II mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and competence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good. Now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on. So let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan. And we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. The flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked to, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport. And so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in fourth grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you. And that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination. And I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn. And I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal is out the window. People must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
1 hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis II launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic launch pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, that's, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great chat. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now
they
know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys for showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources, especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out. You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the LAS is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, we have the crew module, and then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis 2 to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis 2 hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
I was going to say we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper Christina in your upper left-hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right-hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet. But again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. We can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off.
Flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is. Yeah, ours is on the left-hand side there. It's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things. And that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That
is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team. One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, we, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, you know, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, you know, just kept working hard and never got bumped up the path and ended up here. And it, you know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, you know, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis 2 test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis 2 crew is set to launch today will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis 2, like missions before it, is a test mission. During Ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom's Stan Love during Ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into 2 categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which will be called out by Capcom's Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear a Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way
MS1,
and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch. So that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. I stand by 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints, clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's going to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so, as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11. Yeah, 11. I'm very excited. Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I mean, I don't know. Probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends,
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? Yeah. So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them. I think all of them, except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close. And then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right. Yeah. We talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably. And so, they're working the closure here and working those connections. And you can see, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that isn't supposed to be there. And really, then at that point, it's just all 4 of the crew member, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah, and then eventually that crew access arm will move away, and then it'll really just be them up on top of that rocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights. And so there was a moment where I realized that it was just us, 100 and some odd feet up and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering to yourself, how did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew again, bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look for teams who are remotely watching these operations closely. Again, verifying that things are as they should be before the crew starts, the closeout crew starts leaving the White Room. You see them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the White Room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there.
Mm-hmm.
That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the White Room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. There's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch. And once they get to orbit, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've got, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis 2 is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis 2 is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration. My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis 2 mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer, kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flight wheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flight wheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we just heard in that package. I am interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious. And now I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but it's just kind of a dried powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package, they put a straw on the top septum portion there, and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so, actually, the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So,
yeah, let's pull
space
it back
food
up,
is space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can use the food that we have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You know, you can see I've got this is a soup, tomato basil soup. So thermal stabilized, it's already hydrated. So you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's, you know, irradiated. So it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite one. But
are we eating it?
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out.
Yeah.
With what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against, you know, radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually, the trick, Anne McLean, my crewmate, taught me, the trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It would
not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station. And then, as you saw, pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
Again, not really a question.
Yeah.
Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on Space Station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but yeah, lasagna is not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. For the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting.
Yes. Exciting is an understatement, I think.
That's true.
We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time. It's important.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together and not just in a vacuum at home,
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone.
Woo!
Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis 2 crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews before them, they gathered around a table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. but they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec. And the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself? So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait till the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Two of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have detached the white room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh no, I'm sorry, I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the white room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis 2 crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis 2 Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His two daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that.
Hola, ¿cómo están nuevamente? Un poco antes entonces del inicio oficial de nuestra transmisión, quería contarles un poquito lo que está pasando. Primero, agradecerles a todos los que están participando de esta transmisión, todos los que la están viendo, todos los que están intercambiando mensajes en el chat que estoy leyendo. Bienvenidos a todos. Bueno, estamos a minutos ya, prácticamente a realmente muy poco tiempo de que tengamos un nuevo lanzamiento histórico del hombre en la Luna. Sí, estamos a 47 minutos, me habían sacado la cuenta regresiva y quiero contarle dos cosas. Primero, que hace una hora más o menos hubo un problemita con el sistema de terminación del vehículo que fue afortunadamente resuelto, ¿no? El centro de pruebas había planteado un problema sobre cómo enviar una señal de terminación de vuelo al cohete del sistema de lanzamiento, pero lo resolvió con relativa rapidez. Está presente en todos los cohetes y ustedes saben que lo que hace es destruir el vehículo si se desvía de su trayectoria durante el lanzamiento. Así que eso ha sido resuelto. El clima ha mejorado, hay ya un 95% de chances de que todo funcione bien a nivel meteorológico. Realmente las vistas que se han visto del cielo han sido muy claras, muy diáfanas. Las dos escotillas de la cápsula Orion ya están cerradas antes del lanzamiento previsto para hoy, o sea, los miembros del equipo cerraron la escotilla del sistema de a bordo de lanzamiento, lo que da acceso a la cápsula mediante su sistema de escape de emergencia, ¿no? Así que todo sigue según lo previsto. Pero lo último que les quiero contar es acerca de un problema, acabo de escucharlo, no sé si ustedes siguieron la transmisión en inglés, en una batería. No saben si el problema es la batería o los sensores, están trabajando en eso. Todavía no es motivo suficiente para interrumpir la cuenta regresiva que sigue adelante. Aparentemente 6 minutos antes del lanzamiento, cuando se alcancen ciertas temperaturas críticas, es cuando se va a saber con mayor precisión qué es lo que pasa allí, ¿no? Mientras vemos imágenes de los astronautas que están en la cápsula espacial, ¿no? Bueno, estoy viendo todos los mensajes. Gracias por las felicitaciones, por los saludos. Hay gente realmente de todas partes mirando. Estamos ante un momento histórico, 53 años y un poquito más que no volvemos a la Luna desde diciembre de 1972. Ha sido un largo tiempo. Mucha gente me pregunta, y ahora en el planetario Pecos, que dicho sea de paso, a eso de las 19 se van a unir a mí mis compañeros del planetario, ¿por qué realmente no se ha vuelto a la Luna? Yo he hecho varios reportes sobre el tema. Obviamente que todo es una cuestión de decisiones políticas y económicas. Si tuvimos la tecnología en los 60, la tenemos ahora también. Es una cuestión de costos, es una cuestión también de decisiones geopolíticas. En estos momentos, obviamente que está China detrás y yo pienso que, Estados Unidos está apurado por esto, ¿no? Más allá de la ciencia que se puede hacer y de que se alinean un poquito los planetas con la presencia de empresas privadas como SpaceX y Blue Origin, sobre todo la primera, que está revolucionando realmente todo lo que es la era espacial. Bueno, contamos ahora con cohetes que pueden ir y pueden volver, que realmente pueden ser reutilizados, reacondicionados, se les carga el combustible y vuelven a salir. Yo creo que esto abarata notablemente los vuelos espaciales, entonces hay como una alineación que se da entre el sector privado y la NASA en estos momentos y su actual administración política. Y bueno, el interés, como ya lo dijeron hace pocos días en una conferencia de prensa, es ir a la Luna para quedarse, no solo buscar piedras y construir de a poquito una base lunar permanente. Una base lunar que se va a hacer de a poco, gradual, primero con el envío de muchos landers y muchos robots, como dijo el administrador actual Jerry Sackman, y de a poquito se va a ir allí tejiendo, obviamente, toda una serie de instalaciones que al principio serán provisorias y que luego finalizarán en una ciudad o en una base permanente. Así que ese es un viejo sueño, creo que de muchos de nosotros, que compartimos esta pasión en el canal, lo que fue ciencia ficción, tantas novelas que he leído sobre bases en la Luna y probablemente en la próxima década sea realidad. Jerry Sackman dijo que ya el año próximo, además de Artemisa 3, vamos a tener ya todos estos módulos que van a ir descendiendo, que se están programando. Bueno, yo creo que todavía no lo tienen muy definido, se están apurando a hacer muchas declaraciones políticas, pero existe una firme decisión. Y luego ese será el trampolín para ir al planeta rojo, para ir al planeta Marte. Así que, bueno, todo esto es muy relevante. Yo lo decía en mi entrada anterior, que es un punto de inflexión, más allá de que hay cierto desinterés de los medios de comunicación, que no se sigue obviamente esto con la intensidad de la década del 60, cuando en tan pocos años, realmente hace pocos días en el planetario les mostraba a la gente que en el año 1969, cuando fue el 20 de julio el famoso alunizaje del Apolo 11, ya en noviembre de ese mismo año tuvimos el Apolo 12. O sea, ¿qué les parece a ustedes? 2 alunizajes con meses de diferencia en el mismo año. Realmente fue increíble el ritmo que hubo en esa oportunidad, una cosa sorprendente. Y bueno, ¿qué pasó? De vuelta, empezó a costar mucho dinero, la opinión pública empezó a volverse en contra. Lo que primero, bueno, aparecía en las primeras páginas de los diarios, en las portadas, luego obviamente apareció en las últimas, y tras la crítica ciudadana, Estados Unidos dejó realmente de ir a la Luna. Ahora vamos a volver, y es un punto de inflexión, es importante, gente, para la exploración espacial. Esto es solo el principio. De vuelta, están alineados los planetas para que vayamos a la Luna y más allá, vayamos a Marte. Yo hubiera preferido ver, obviamente, serias intenciones de volver a Marte. Incluso Elon Musk cambió también ahora de dirección, su brújula ahora se dirige primero a la Luna. Yo creo que ha habido conversaciones y no presiones de la NASA, que después de todo, bueno, es el principal contratista que tiene SpaceX, y bueno, yo creo que el amigo Elon Musk decidió reorientar también sus prioridades a la Luna, ¿no? Porque antes decía que ir a la Luna era una pérdida de tiempo, y ahora nos está diciendo que no, primero vamos a la Luna, nos asentamos, la Luna, tenemos ventanas de lanzamiento cada 6, 10 días, mientras que en Marte la ventana de lanzamiento es cada 2 años, así que realmente nos conviene ir primero a la Luna. Bueno, es todo muy cambiante, ¿no? Esta misión, Artemisa, es una misión que comienza hoy, esperemos. Estamos a 40 minutos de la hora del lanzamiento, y es una misión de 10 días con 4 astronautas, con una cápsula relativamente nueva, Orion, que se ha probado sin astronautas, ahora se va a probar con seres humanos. Van a ir 2 días, van a estar orbitando la Tierra, porque mucha gente me ha preguntado, ¿y cómo es el viaje? ¿Van en línea recta? ¿Van derecho? No. 2 días orbitan la Tierra, luego se ponen en inyección translunar, con un módulo de servicio y un cohete que fue construido por la Agencia Espacial Europea. Durante 3 días se acercan a la Luna y sobrevuelan la Luna unos 45 o 50 minutos el lado oculto de nuestros satélites, donde ahí se van a interrumpir las comunicaciones. Hay un blackout, no se puede transmitir, no hay satélites relevadores para que realmente podamos tener comunicaciones. Y luego de eso, 5 días más para volver a la Tierra con la inercia, es decir, con el impulso directamente del último encendido. Esto es la primera vez que se va a probar. Es menos riesgoso en el sentido de que solo se utiliza la inercia y la gravedad lunar, el empuje asistido. En la medida que uno enciende menos cohetes, mejor. Hay realmente menos riesgos. A ver, ¿qué dice este relator?
Prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L- time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the
Está
space
diciendo
launch
que
system.
está junto a los directores de vuelo, que están chequeando la cuenta regresiva.
Before launch, if all looks good,
Aparentemente todo se ve bien.
of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston flight.
Go for launch. No sé si lo escucharon. Todo verde entonces para el lanzamiento.
Fly on the space launch system. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems.
Dice que es todo muy dinámico, que se analizan los sistemas críticos.
To the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and Ascent are just the
A los 2 minutos se separan los cohetes laterales, a los 8 minutos se separa el cohete central, ¿sí? El anaranjadito. Y con eso ya deberían entrar o ingresar a la órbita nominal, ¿no? Terrestre. Reitero, van a estar 2 días orbitando la Tierra.
with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario.
Acá me dice uno de los seguidores en el chat que el tema de la batería fue solucionado. Bueno, continúa la cuenta regresiva. Todavía no escuché que lo comentaran aquí en la transmisión oficial, pero si tenés algún dato, puede ser. Ojalá sea así, ¿eh?
Much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back
Nunca he
over
estado
to
más
Mark
entusiasmada, dice, desde hace mucho tiempo.
more about what happens after Ascent.
Y ahí podemos ver cómo es la trayectoria, ¿no? Es como un 8. Varias vueltas en torno a la Tierra. ¿Qué pasa después de los primeros 10 minutos de lanzamiento?
Our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast.
Sí, el propulsor criogénico se enciende después de que se separa el cohete central.
About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the
Claro, 50 minutos después del lanzamiento hace ese primer encendido.
is going to raise the spacecraft from a
Y
lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher in
la va a elevar en su órbita.
Then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth.
Y va a quedar con una órbita circular.
Really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems and communication checkouts.
Van a chequear las comunicaciones, los sistemas de iluminación.
We'll be conducting that another burn.
Otro encendido
Just a little bit higher again.
para ir un poquito más alto en la órbita.
It'll be about time for the ICPS to separate.
Y ahí se va a separar ese módulo criogénico, ¿no? El ICPS.
But even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the proximity operations demonstration.
Van a hacer una operación de demostración de aproximación. Es muy importante para los futuros vuelos lunares, porque lo que van a hacer es tratar de acercarse. Van a practicar una maniobra de acoplamiento. No va a haber un acople en esta misión, pero va a ser importante para futuras misiones. 2 encendidos más. Va a ir a la órbita más alta y más rápida.
This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust.
Es el momento más crítico para ya lanzarlo al espacio profundo en dirección a la Luna.
And journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970.
Y ahí podemos ver el público, ¿no? Qué lindo, qué gran momento. He tenido la suerte de compartir, incluso con mi familia, algunos lanzamientos espaciales, no de esta envergadura, ¿no? Falcon 9, un transbordador espacial hace varios años. Es un momento maravilloso. Dentro de la NASA y fuera de la NASA, en Cabo Cañaveral, también se puede ver y mucha gente se para ahí al lado de la ruta para ver los lanzamientos. Todos los lanzamientos que vi, 3 en total, han sido nocturnos. Nunca vi uno diurno, ¿no? Es también todo un espectáculo. El que vi dentro de la NASA, bueno, tuve la suerte que me invitó un astronauta que entrevisté, Jeffrey Hoffman. Fue en los 90. Estuve con él todo un día, junto con el cónsul argentino en Houston. Una experiencia muy linda. Me hizo recorrer toda la NASA, el Centro Espacial Johnson. Y luego, meses después, me llega una tarjeta invitándome a su próximo lanzamiento y no pude dejar de ir, ¿no? Un recuerdo maravilloso, ascender al transbordador a eso de las 3 de la mañana. Se había suspendido una noche anterior debido a problemas que hubo, ya no recuerdo cuáles, pero problemas en el cohete. Así que, bueno, es una muy linda experiencia mientras vemos aparecer a celebridades de Hollywood hablando de la misión, ¿no? Se solucionó lo de la escotilla. No escuché que hubiera problemas de la escotilla. Escuché que había. El último problema que escuché es un problema en una batería. No sabían si era la batería o el sensor. Vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa, ¿no? Ahí me preguntan por el tamaño del cohete, si es para alcanzar una órbita más alta. Bueno, sí, todos los 3 cohetes tienen como objetivo los cohetes más grandes, el central y los laterales, superar la gravedad de la Tierra y poner, por lo menos sacar prácticamente a órbita a la cápsula Orion. Luego los otros módulos sirven como para darle el toquecito final, ¿no? Para elevar su órbita y finalmente para que logre una órbita, digamos, que la ponga en sentido en dirección hacia la Luna. Se lo extraña a Daniel Regueira. Sí, así es, Roberto, es cierto. Yo tuve la oportunidad de compartir con él alguna transmisión. Estábamos en contacto permanentemente por WhatsApp. Me propuso hacer muchas cosas juntos. Y realmente esas cosas increíbles que tiene en la vida, se nos fue muy, pero muy joven. Y además era un apasionado y no se perdía nada. Cualquier cohete que se lanzara al espacio, ahí estaba Daniel. Caminatas espaciales, cohete Falcon 9. Alguna vez le pregunté por qué, pero a veces incluso con pocos seguidores, porque él decía que lo disfrutaba muchísimo, que lo apasionaba, este gran uruguayo. Gracias por el recuerdo, ¿sí? Realmente faltan 32 minutos. Ahora vamos a mostrar algunas de las preguntas. No, esa no. Yo tengo una pregunta, ¿no? ¿Cuál es tu pregunta, Daniel? Realmente faltan 32 minutos para el lanzamiento, no entiendo. Bueno, viste, los escrachamos cuando los ponemos frente a la pantalla. Cuando hablas de 2 horas de ventana de lanzamiento, significa que si no puedes salir a las 19 horas 24 minutos, tenés 2 horas más para que pueda salir el cohete. Y si no sale hoy, puede salir mañana, pasado, creo que hay como 3 días más. Y si no, ya tiene que pasar a mayo, porque la Luna tiene que estar en una posición determinada para que los astronautas, cuando pasan por el lado oculto de la Luna, en ese momento tengan una cierta iluminación de todas las características geológicas, los cráteres, en fin, montañas, fisuras que haya en nuestro satélite, porque si vos vas unos días después, cambia completamente todo, cambia la órbita, cambia la trayectoria. Digo porque esa pregunta también me la hicieron en algún momento. ¿Por qué son esas ventanas de lanzamiento? Hay 4 o 5 días más, o 3, depende, y si no ya pasa al mes próximo. ¿Sí? Todo el público allí realmente enloquecido. Hay una gran pantalla con una cuenta digital y la vibración, la emoción que se vive en ese lugar es maravillosa, ¿no? Yo creo que hay pocas cosas como ver un despegue. Es muy difícil que uno no se conmueva, y no quiero quedar sensiblero aquí, pero la verdad que a mí se me han caído las lágrimas. Lo he compartido con mi hijo Alan, que también hace Ecos de un Mundo Estrellado conmigo, su versión televisiva en Canal 11 de Paraná, y con mi esposa también, y la verdad que hemos literalmente llorado cuando hemos asistido a estos lanzamientos. Hay que estar y mirarlo. La luz, el sonido, es algo impresionante. Y ahí está Jared y Sagman. A mí me gusta este administrador. Viene con mucha fortaleza, con mucha fuerza. A ver qué tiene para decirnos. A ver.
Well, I mean, Artemis 2 is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces.
Dice que este es el primer test. Obviamente ningún astronauta, ningún ser humano ha volado hasta ahora en estos cohetes. Los estamos enviando. Ningún ser humano ha ido tan lejos.
Science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be.
Está contentísimo, qué entusiasmo. No sé si entendieron. Vamos a construir los landers, lo que decía yo hoy, y después vamos a construir la base lunar.
History-making years ahead of us, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean,
Claro, dice que el momento más importante para él es el despegue y cuando americe, ¿no? Porque ahí se va a quedar tranquilo. Pero bueno, él quiere ver que la cápsula funcione bien. La velocidad, los sistemas, es nuevo territorio para nosotros.
SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here. Bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicles.
Aprender todo lo que podamos del vehículo. Bueno, es así. Se van a probar los sistemas de navegación, las comunicaciones, el soporte vital, todo eso es importante, ¿no?
I talk about this all the time. One of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Bueno, está hablando de todo el incentivo del programa espacial, de incentivar a los jóvenes, de incentivar a gente que empiece a incorporarse al programa espacial, inspirarlos para futuras misiones, para volver a la Luna.
To pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together.
Está hablando de toda la organización que participa de este emprendimiento, ¿no? Obviamente que son decenas de miles de personas, organizaciones nacionales, internacionales. Dice, tenemos una armada prácticamente de personas trabajando para que esto llegue a un final feliz, ¿no? Saludos a todos los que se van incorporando, obviamente que se va sumando gente en la medida que nos acercamos. Estamos ya a 25 minutos, ¿eh? Esto se viene, ¿eh?
Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have.
Yes.
Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our...
Bueno, acá paso algunos de los comentarios. Y Sandman fue al espacio 2 veces en la cápsula Dragon, sí. Y hizo una mini caminata espacial. Fue impresionante verlo ahí, ¿no? Subido la escotilla. Realmente increíble, sí. No, es un hombre, además es un hombre que tiene muchos recursos económicos, tiene muy buen diálogo con Elon Musk. Y la verdad que así como nada, tiene, en fin, esas misiones Axiom que él lidera. Y, bueno, de la nada aparecieron, ¿no? Y dicho sea de paso, Noel Castro puede convertirse en la primer astronauta argentina en una cápsula espacial Axiom, tal vez en enero del año próximo. Estaba leyendo una entrevista de ella y la verdad que he tratado de ubicarla, le he enviado algunos mensajes. Me encantaría tenerla en el canal para hacer una entrevista en vivo para que todos le podamos preguntar cosas, pero bueno, no he podido hasta el momento contactarla.
New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars, and a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried...
Bueno, estamos viendo un video conmemorativo
American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what
de todo lo que es el programa espacial.
what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era,
Ustedes saben que la idea de ir al polo sur de la Luna en el 2028 es porque se ha encontrado hielo ahí, ¿no? Se ha encontrado hielo que habrá que ver cómo extraerlo. Del hielo uno puede extraer agua. Qué linda imagen, ¿no? Y puede extraer oxígeno y puede extraer hidrógeno líquido también. Así que en la medida que tengamos muchos elementos y moléculas y materia prima, podemos hacer una colonia autosustentable sin depender tanto de la Tierra, ¿no? Y comentaban recién en el streaming de la NASA que parte de la misión ahora es evaluar los lugares donde se podría llegar a alunizar en el 2028, es decir, ¿dónde? Ahí en el polo sur de la Luna, ¿en qué zonas, en qué regiones, qué lugares tentativos? Todo eso se va a estudiar, todo eso se va a evaluar. Los otros días escuché un podcast en los cuales participaron los astronautas y ellos decían que hace años que están ya participando, que están juntos haciendo tours incluso científicos a cráteres y a volcanes en la Tierra y a regiones antárticas y árticas para tener una experiencia, a ver, en geología, ¿no? Porque ellos van a tener 45 o 50 minutos para ver el lado oculto de la Luna a una distancia que si ustedes extienden el brazo, imagínense una pelota de básquet, ¿no? Es decir, los astronautas del Apolo 8 la tuvieron mucho más cerca a la Luna. Es buena para ver ciertos detalles, pero cuando estás muy cerca hay ciertas regiones que no se pudieron ver, por ejemplo los polos, ¿no? El polo sur de la Luna. Entonces ahora vamos a tener acceso a otras zonas que antes estaban vedadas. El ojo humano puede ver cosas que las mejores fotografías aún procesadas de las cápsulas espaciales no tripuladas no pueden hacerlo, ¿no? Porque mucha gente dice, ¿para qué van? Si ya tenemos imágenes del lado oculto de la Luna. Es cierto, pero el ojo humano, y lo decían los mismos astronautas, puede detectar luces, sombras, fenómenos que de pronto escapan, digamos, a las cámaras fotográficas. Hay que tener en cuenta que va a haber un bloqueo radial durante esos 45 o 50 minutos. Uno dice, ¿lo vamos a poder ver en vivo? No, lo vamos a ver después, porque al estar del otro lado de la Luna y no haber una red satelital en la Luna, obviamente va a haber un blackout y las comunicaciones no van a llegar. Va a ser un momento también de tensión, de suspenso, porque no vamos a saber nada de los astronautas durante casi una hora, ¿sí? Mientras vemos al público esperando allí. Bueno, incluso se puede llegar a ver alguno, como ocurrió en el Apolo 8, creo, algún impacto meteorítico en en vivo que pueden detectar los astronautas. La cuestión es que mientras vean todo eso, van a ir grabando y van a ir anotando sus impresiones y todo eso luego obviamente va a ser analizado y evaluado minuciosamente por todo el equipo de ciencias de la NASA, el equipo de ciencias de geología lunar, y eso va a ayudar a determinar el mejor sitio de alunizaje para Artemisa 4 en el 2028. Hay que tener en cuenta también que el polo sur de la Luna tiene la cuenca Aitken, que es un tesoro para los geólogos, porque es la depresión más antigua que tiene todo el sistema solar, tiene 1.000 millones de años de antigüedad, y bueno, piensen que la Luna es como un museo que ha sido inalterado, es un testigo antiguo, primigenio, prístino de nuestro sistema solar cuando recién nació. En la Tierra las rocas han sido erosionadas por el viento, por la lluvia, por las erupciones volcánicas. La Luna, en cambio, es un tesoro geológico. Todas esas rocas están inalteradas, tienen prácticamente la edad del sistema solar, 4.600 millones de años. Y esa cuenca en particular, bueno, la ven con mucho interés como una verdadera fruta muy atractiva por los geólogos, ¿no? Estuve escuchando a algunos de ellos y realmente, bueno, no ven la hora que los astronautas vayan dentro de 2 años allí para empezar a tener, bueno, muestras de ese lugar, ¿no? Tan especial. En el polo sur de la Luna hay trampas frías. Estas son zonas donde hay pendientes a donde la luz solar no puede llegar y por eso se cristaliza el hielo en las rocas, y es esa la razón por la que se ha decidido realmente escoger ese lugar.
We leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations. We just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So
bueno, ahí me preguntan, ¿qué piensas que uno se puede transmitir nada en el lado oscuro? Bueno, lo que decía recién, no es el lado oscuro, es el lado oculto, porque el Sol también ilumina en algún momento de la órbita lunar a nuestro satélite. Es el lado oculto, que no podemos ver porque la Luna se traslada en torno a la Tierra a la misma velocidad que rota. Hay un sincronismo, debido a que la Luna es un cuerpo bastante grande, considerando el tamaño de la Tierra, y por eso se produce el sincronismo. Eso ocurre también en lunas de Júpiter y Saturno. Y la razón por la que no podemos transmitir nada del lado oculto es por eso, porque no hay satélites, no hay relay, no hay relevadoras que nos permitan, es decir, imagínate, la Luna es un escudo que nos bloquea y no permite que las comunicaciones lleguen a la Tierra.
And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure. There's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window. And that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch. And these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis 1 when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding.
Bueno, les quiero contar que el problema de la batería se solucionó. Aparentemente sigue dando un error, pero el problema estaría en la instrumentación, en el sensor. Así que clear to go, dijo, por eso la cuenta regresiva sigue. Así que la única inquietud que todavía sobrevolaba en el ambiente era el problema con la batería. Reitero, parece que es el detector, es el sensor el que no está midiendo correctamente. Esperemos que sea así, ¿no?
And that's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD on 212 for com check.
Good, com. Tell me.
I hear you the same. STC? GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA Test Director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints, but we need confirmation from each individual on the
Bueno, no hay ningún tipo de problema por el momento.
So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L-12 minutes.
Estamos llegando ya a los 12 minutos. La última palabra la da el director de vuelo, por supuesto.
CDR, OTC, Orion, Earth 1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025.
Ustedes escucharon cada una de las secciones. Es casi un ritual eso, ¿no? Cuando dicen go.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
Buenas noticias.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
CLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of the count. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC. CVSE 400 290, looking to verify that we are configured for Ascent.
Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming.
Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR.
Bueno, mientras seguimos esperando estos últimos 10 minutos, ese sonido que escuchaban es de mis compañeros del planetario Pecos. Voy a esperar que solucionen el temita del micrófono o que estén en condiciones.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by, let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am, that's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Así es, entramos en los últimos 10 minutos y se ha parado y la cuenta regresiva. Vamos a ver por qué, si esto es normal y es para evaluar en el último minuto si todos los sistemas están en condiciones o no.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle.
Siempre está la posibilidad de que
period.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this Houston flight, we have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Right. LPE, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LPE concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, yeah, you only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here.
Parece que se reinicia la cuenta regresiva.
Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
No me queda claro el por qué se había suspendido la cuenta regresiva.
For all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
GTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE is go.
RTD.
RTD is go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
¿Me escuchan mis compañeros del planetario Pecos?
Ahí te escuchamos, sí.
Luis. ¿Nos escuchás?
Bueno, sí,
Bueno,
están en este momento en la transmisión. Los voy a colocar brevemente en pantalla. Ahí están, ¿cómo están? Son Leo y Ariana, compañeros del planetario Pecos.
Ah,
y ahí está.
pero en realidad somos más.
Ahí está.
Está completo
Toda la gente que ven allí forman parte del planetario, Alan también, que ya en el canal lo conocen. ¿Cómo están? Bueno, estamos con gran expectativa, vemos que la cuenta regresiva se ha detenido, estoy tratando de averiguar por qué, cuál es la razón. Ahí dice que el clima está bien, dice.
Se había escuchado algo de la nave, no pude entender muy bien, que decían que desde la nave había ocurrido algo y que estaban viendo eso.
Sí, pero no se alcanza a entender. Sí, estamos con el stream. Yo tengo el stream aquí.
Se va a escuchar 15 millones de voces.
¿Le baja el volumen? Eso no sé qué es.
Bueno, los dejo en silencio un poquito para escuchar qué es lo que está pasando.
Dale, pero...
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
Bueno, ahí le da sus bendiciones para que... habló con la astronauta, con Cristina. Yo creo que en cualquier momento se reinicia la cuenta regresiva porque, bueno, ya les están deseando suerte y fortuna para el despegue. Godspeed es la famosa frase que se ha dicho en todos los lanzamientos. Sí, unas palabras de pedida, así es.
Copy. CBSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy. Okay, well there you heard it.
RSR NTD. RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
AR rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes.
Sigue la cuenta regresiva detenida en 10 minutos, pero no parece haber ningún problema hasta ahora importante. Y se puede retrasar hasta 2 horas, como dice aquí uno de las personas que está en el chat. Así es, por eso la ventana de lanzamiento es de 2 horas.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It's very short.
Un problema transitorio, dice en la telemetría. Ahí lo están diciendo.
Confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion.
Un problema en el transmisor que maneja la telemetría en la cápsula Orion.
All with the world watching.
Con todo el mundo mirando.
Impressive work by the launch team.
Un trabajo impresionante de todo el equipo.
Just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge. ECL copies. And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
Aparentemente en 1 minuto se retoma la cuenta regresiva.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work.
Un poquito más de trabajo.
Once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock.
ir hacia adelante y reiniciar el reloj.
It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing.
Dice que el director vuela como un conductor o una orquesta que tiene que manejar cientos de instrumentos, ¿no? Para que operen bien y todos en conjunto. Aumenta la expectativa y la tensión ahí en la sala de control, que he tenido la oportunidad de ver en forma personal. Es un lugar muy interesante.
And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2,
Juan, Mark,
GLS
a ver,
rewind
ahí.
has been initiated.
Ah, se reinicia la cuenta, pero a esperar, señores, 26 minutos 55 segundos. Bueno, a veces pasa eso, ¿no? Se reinician las cuentas hacia atrás.
6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2.
Sin embargo, la cuenta regresiva que se ve en el tablero digital es de 9 minutos. Entonces,
From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes
bueno, qué confuso. Aparentemente no, seguimos con la cuenta regresiva de 10 minutos. Algún problema en el reloj.
GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to
Sí, es lo que dice aquí en el chat. El reloj de la pista no se ha reiniciado. Y la transmisión oficial sacó el reloj, así que
there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and rock. Our new T0 is 22, 35, 12.
Houston flight copies. 22, 35, 12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems.
claro, la manera en que han configurado los lanzamientos es detenerse en la cuenta regresiva, hacer un holding, es decir, frenar, detener la cuenta, evaluar cómo están los sistemas y si todo está bien, seguir adelante. Bueno, ahí reaparece el reloj. Efectivamente, siguen con la cuenta donde la habían dejado. Estamos hablando de 7 minutos 51 segundos para el lanzamiento.
That's the path of the astronauts.
Ahí se está retirando allí esa parte de la torre que equilibra o que estabiliza al cohete. Cohete que tiene como 100 metros de altura y donde 4 astronautas van a hacer historia retornando a la Luna. Qué linda imagen esa. 53 años después. Una larga, larga espera. Yo soy todavía de los que pudo ver el famoso alunizaje. Era un niño, por supuesto, pero me acuerdo perfectamente cuando Neil Armstrong hacía pie en la Luna y decía sus famosas palabras: un pequeño paso para el hombre, un gigantesco salto para la humanidad. Esto no es un alunizaje, pero bueno, es el primer peldaño, el primer paso para volver a poner las cosas en el carril, en el camino del cual nunca debimos salir. La verdad, son muchas décadas en las que se ha perdido un poco el tiempo, ¿no? ¿Dónde estaríamos ahora si ese programa espacial tripulado hubiera continuado con la intensidad, con la fortaleza que tuvo en los años 60? Sí, éramos tan jóvenes, así es, Martínez, en blanco y negro y con televisores valvulares, donde la imagen se iba para todos lados y había que pegarle un golpe al televisor para que se arreglara. Acá preguntan si esto sería como un Apolo 8. Apolo 8 alcanzó a orbitar un poco la Luna. Esto es un sobrevuelo. Si vos te fijás, lo han mostrado muchas veces, también lo he hecho en el canal, cómo es la trayectoria, que es como un 8, es como que se encuentran a la Luna y pasan, hacen un sobrevuelo, un flyby, así se llama, por el lado oculto sobre todo, ¿no? Así que no es exactamente con el Apolo 8 y van a estar más lejos de la Luna que el Apolo 8, lo cual es bueno para tener perspectivas que antes no tenemos de la Luna, al menos en forma personal, con el ojo humano. Va a estar a una suficiente distancia como para poder ver, sobre todo el polo sur de la Luna, ¿no? Y buscar los mejores lugares candidatos para Artemisa 4, que es la misión que pretende alunizar. Reitero, para quienes todavía no lo saben, esta no es una misión de alunizaje, es una misión de sobrevuelo lunar, pero donde se prueban por primera vez muchas cosas. Muchas ya se probaron sin tripulación, otras no, pero bueno, todo cambia cuando hay seres humanos involucrados. ¿Cuánto tiempo se espera que estarán alrededor de la Luna? Me preguntan aquí. Todo el vuelo dura 10 días y el sobrevuelo dura unos 45 minutos en los que va a haber un blackout de las comunicaciones, como ya lo comenté. Ready for launch, listo para lanzamiento. Cuatro minutos prácticamente. Por fin, ¿no? Lo sé.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units. High-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines.
Las turbinas generan presión y están funcionando bien. Eso. Es decir, todo se está desarrollando como debe ser.
Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there. GLS is go for purge sequence 4. Moving through the milestones. All is looking good.
Todo se ve bien. Van cumpliendo cada una de las etapas. Voy a subir un poquito el volumen de la transmisión original para que puedan disfrutar del ruido de los motores, si todo sale bien, ¿eh? Luego lo vuelvo a bajar.
There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them shuttle heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving.
Muchas cámaras realmente instaladas. Miren cómo se mueven esas toberas.
Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power. GLS is go for upper stage to internal power. All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage.
Sí, todo funciona bien, así es.
The ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right
1
now,
minuto 43
the 4-person
segundos.
Artemis 2 crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
En 6 minutos deberían llegar a la Luna. En 6 días, perdón.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage.
Recuerden que no es un vuelo recto a la Luna, ¿no?
Is now on its own power.
Durante 2 días van a comprobar cómo funciona la nave, la cápsula Orion. Soporte vital, navegación, comunicaciones. Si hay cualquier problema, vuelven. A los 2 días luego ya se dirigen a trayectoria lunar. Un
Right now,
minuto.
the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS, go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
El cohete está
NASA
ahora
has ever launched.
con control automático de sus propias
Sounds so much
computadoras.
water is flowing. And here we go. 10, 9, 8,
Vamos.
7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Qué bella imagen.
Roger, roll pitch.
Un aplauso, ¿no?
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
Integrity, integridad, así se llama este módulo particular de la cápsula Orion.
Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance before main engines.
Good performance, todo funciona muy bien.
Integrity, 3 miles in altitude.
Integrity, 3 millas en altura. 4 kilómetros y medio sería, aproximadamente. El entusiasmo del público.
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon. Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon. Have you the same?
Gente, un momento histórico para la humanidad.
As integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90
Los seres humanos retornando a la Luna.
Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per
Ya
hour.
está a 40 millas de altura, dice. Deberían separarse en cualquier momento los dos cohetes laterales.
1 minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark.
2 minutos y 9 segundos, exactamente se separan los cohetes laterales. Los dos cohetes de combustible sólido.
Confirmed separation.
Esa gente la pasa bien. Ahí está, ya se separaron, miren, los dos cohetes. Recordemos que esos dos cohetes caen al océano y no son recuperables, como es el caso de los cohetes Falcon.
Converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready. Copy all, Stan. Integrity, SM priming complete. SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation.
Se va a producir la separación del fairing.
49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Ahí se separa el fairing, que es lo que protege a la nariz, ¿no? En la cápsula.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view. Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02. We see you sail on board, Stan. And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line. Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen crossed the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Hay que esperar ahora al apagado del motor del cohete central, ese de color naranja, y luego que se separe. Bueno, gran lanzamiento hasta ahora. Ya podemos ver incluso a nuestro planeta.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Tenemos un hermoso, dice, amanecer lunar desde el lugar donde está la cápsula Orion.
5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Todo está funcionando. Los sensores que guían la nave, las computadoras, el software. Sí, tenés razón. ¿Por qué no ponen los indicadores en pantalla? Yo pensaba lo mismo. Se ve bastante pobre la transmisión en comparación a las que hace SpaceX. Sí. Creo que son más marketineros.
Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
75 millas de altura. Y lo dice el relator, ¿no? Así que bueno, ya cruzó la línea Kármán, ha llegado al espacio.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Integrity se ve muy bien a los 6 minutos.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78.
Ahí vemos la velocidad y las millas de altura en el borde inferior derecho.
Integrity copies nominal, shutdown.
Shutdown, es decir, están apagando el motor.
Of mission elapsed time, shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight.
Bueno, recordemos que 7 minutos han pasado, que los astronautas van a estar orbitando la Tierra 2 días. Y de a poquito una serie de encendidos de sus cohetes en el módulo criogénico y en el módulo de servicio europeo irán elevando la órbita de la cápsula Orion hasta ponerla en inserción lunar.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Hay que esperar el apagado del motor del cohete central y luego la separación, ¿no? Que es otro momento importante, ojo, de toda misión. Porque todavía están enganchados al motor central. Ahí está, parece, ¿no? Qué linda imagen esa, ¿no? Muy, muy linda imagen. Ahí se separó el cohete central, ¿no? El core stage. El dibujito va retrasado respecto a la realidad, ¿no?
8 minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon.
Lo importante es que están con la trayectoria correcta para ir a la Luna. O sea que todos los encendidos han sido eficientes, precisos, y ahí está quedando ya el módulo criogénico y el módulo de servicio europeo. Van 9 minutos de misión. Están orbitando los 4 astronautas la Tierra en el comienzo de su viaje a la Luna.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM, numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan, numbers for the pad.
Aparecen críticas aquí a la transmisión de la NASA. Bueno, no sean más. Yo creo que están desacostumbrados. Después de 53 años, yo creo que de a poquito las van a hacer cada vez mejores, ¿no? Sí, SpaceX le ha sacado mucha distancia, ¿no? Tiene muchísimas cámaras, es impresionante. La verdad que es un lujo ver a los Starship. Creo que alguien preguntó por allí por los Starship. Viene demorado eso, ¿no? No sé si alguien sabe. Calculo que tal vez dentro de un par de semanas salga el Starship. Pero bueno, no se olviden del significado que tiene esta misión. Hasta ahora, claro, ha sido el lanzamiento de un cohete, como hemos visto tantos. A ver, vemos cápsulas Dragon que van a la estación espacial permanentemente con astronautas. Pero bueno, el cohete SLS es otro bicho, ¿eh? No se ha probado muchas veces, desde luego. Así que, bueno, en este caso van seres humanos probando muchas cosas nuevas y bueno, no, yo creo que a todo el mundo lo ha tenido en tensión. Y esto recién comienza.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
Bueno, muy bien.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
Les pregunto a mis compañeros, ¿lo están viendo en el domo, gente, al lanzamiento? ¿Se amucharon todos allí? Denme un comprendido, a ver. Están desaparecidos.
Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system that is confirmed, complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up now past the dynamic phase of flight that is Ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of
Está hablando de los visores que tienen en los cascos los astronautas, que bueno, ya están en condiciones de sacárselos. Desde luego que está presurizada la cápsula.
It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone.
Bueno, el cohete central ya se separó. Se tienen que abrir los paneles solares. Ustedes ven la línea de tiempo abajo en el módulo de servicio europeo, porque esos paneles solares son los que suministran energía eléctrica a la cápsula Orion.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
Bueno, estoy leyendo los comentarios en el chat. Lástima que no es SpaceX, dice Naya. Mirá, SpaceX va a participar y Blue Origin también. A partir del año próximo Artemisa 3 es un acople en órbita terrestre de la cápsula Orion con un Starship o con un Blue Moon, no sabemos todavía, pero van a seguir, van a participar. Y además no te olvides que a la Luna, ¿en qué van a descender? Van a descender en el Starship y o en el Blue Moon. En esta etapa no están participando porque es nada más que un sobrevuelo lunar. Pero cuando llegue el momento de la verdad y haya que alunizar en la Luna, el Starship tiene la capacidad de transportar a 100 astronautas, así que se imaginan ustedes que no se puede competir con eso, ¿no? Así que si la idea es finalmente colonizar la Luna, no solamente mandar algunos pocos exploradores, se va a necesitar el Starship y va a estar completamente operativo. Lo importante es que ese ritmo no se interrumpa en ningún momento y veamos toda una secuencia de lanzamientos. Bueno, ya a partir del año próximo. Tengo entendido que este es el último en el año 2026, pero a partir del 27 están previstos muchos lanzamientos de robots y de lanzas. Bueno, acá hay muchos amigos europeos, sí. Es muy tarde allá, ¿no? Son las 1 de la mañana prácticamente.
Man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love,
La parte
so
más
many emotions, you know,
emocionante, evidentemente, ya pasó.
breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything, but so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these.
Qué gran comienzo, dice. Van a ir a distancias que ningún ser humano ha llegado, van a ver cosas que ninguna persona ha visto. Qué gran comienzo.
I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old, just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds, and yeah, you guys just saw that.
Bueno, ha sido un momento muy emocionante para ellos y compartirlo con toda la gente que está allí, obviamente con todo el público.
I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try because we
Espero
know,
ver
like any little
lo que
thing
va a
we
ocurrir
have to
más
be,
adelante. No veo la hora de ver qué es lo que va a pasar más
we wanna make
adelante.
sure we're ready to go, but we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But, you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us.
Claro, está hablando del excelente trabajo que están haciendo de equipo. Dice, hoy mismo tuvimos un par de problemitas, ese problema con el sistema de terminación, ese problema con la batería, y se pudo solucionar sobre el momento. Así que bueno, todo es un aprendizaje y todo es experiencia, ¿no?
So why don't we get back in with the mission control and Gary.
A control de misión, a ver.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action.
17.000 millas por hora, 240 millas de altura.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
Se están acercando un poquito a la altura a la que orbita la estación espacial, ¿no? En torno a los 400 y pico de kilómetros.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power.
A ver, por algunos comentarios que leo. Esta es la plataforma y la base de inicio de una nueva, no voy a decir carrera, aventura espacial, una nueva estrategia. Ya no se trata de ir a buscar rocas en la Luna. Se trata de ir instalando personas en la Luna. Que la Luna de a poco se convierta en un sitio donde se puede investigar. ¿Investigar qué? Muchas veces me consultan. En la Luna no hay atmósfera. Eso hace que el ambiente sea muy estéril, de una gran pureza para hacer todo tipo de experimentos, como lo hacen en la estación espacial. Experimentos médicos, farmacológicos, de electrónica. No hay interferencias radiales, con lo cual poner un radiotelescopio para, ¿por qué no?, buscar, entre otras cosas, vida inteligente en el universo, programa que todavía no ha dado resultado, porque es como buscar una aguja en un pajar, y quién sabe cuántas están transmitiendo. Bueno, en la Luna, esos algoritmos que se utilizan, bueno, van a estar mucho más descansados, por decir así, sin la necesidad de competir con tantas interferencias que hay en la Tierra, de satélites de todo tipo, de comunicaciones, militares, etc. El ambiente de, no digo ingravidez, pero hay un sexto de gravedad en la Luna, también permite que la precipitación de los cristales sea diferente al que hay en la Tierra. Ahí se puede experimentar mucho. Y hay muchos minerales interesantes, tierras raras, que ahora se utilizan en la electrónica, en los autos eléctricos, en los celulares, helio 3, muchos compuestos químicos que pueden ser importantes. Así que van a ir empresas ahí, van a ir empresas turísticas también. Hay ya un empresario que dijo que tenía ganas de instalar un hotel en la Luna, dijo que iba a cobrar $600,000 la noche, así que vayan ahorrando, gente. Pero, a ver, si va a ser una colonia autosustentable, además de organizaciones estatales como la NASA, obviamente tiene que haber emprendimientos privados también. ¿Por qué no pensar que en pocos años haya viajes a la Luna turísticos donde muchas personas que jamás soñamos con visitar nuestro satélite podamos hacerlo? Hoy parece ciencia ficción. Por lo menos yo veo muchas ganas en Elon Musk, en J.D. Sackman. A mí me parece una buena yunta esa, como decimos aquí, ¿no? Un buen binomio. Me gusta, pueden trabajar en conjunto. No lo veía bien, con esa fortaleza, con ese entusiasmo, con esa visión de futuro al administrador anterior, que además era transitorio, era interino, ¿no? Esta es gente que piensa de otra manera, gente que piensa en eso. Es Viaje a las Estrellas, es Star Trek, que es lo que soñábamos de chicos. Son verdaderos nerds, ¿no?, que veían las mismas series que veíamos nosotros cuando éramos niños. Y la verdad que sueñan con que todo lo que vieron cuando chicos, ellos ayuden por lo menos a convertirlo en realidad. Convertir a la raza humana en una especie multiplanetaria. Y no nos olvidemos de Marte, que Elon Musk vuelve a recordar. No me olvidé de Marte. Simplemente lo dejo para un poquito después. Y luego, el resto del sistema solar, las lunas de Júpiter, de Saturno, en la medida que tengamos naves espaciales cada vez más consistentes, más veloces, más seguras. No nos olvidemos del problema, hablando de seguridad, de la radiación solar, ¿no? Una cosa es estar en la estación espacial protegido por el campo magnético terrestre, y otra cosa es lanzarnos a la Luna. Incluso se estaba vigilando la actividad solar, porque si había previsiones de tormentas importantes, esto es muy nocivo para las células, ¿no? Se pueden producir mutaciones celulares, ¿no?, que después pueden devenir en cánceres. Y imagínense un viaje a Marte que lleva 7 o 9 meses de ida, más la vuelta. Esas naves van a tener que estar blindadas. Hay distintas ideas para eso. Pero es todo un tema, es un salto enorme. Tenemos la tecnología para hacer muchas cosas, pero otras todavía hay que desarrollarlas, ¿no? Bueno, acá tenemos un comentario un poco más pesimista. Dice que faltan cientos de años para que se ponga la primera base útil en la Luna. No se hagan ilusiones. Bueno, permitime que soñemos un poquito. ¿Es verdad que hay ruinas en la Luna? No hay ruinas en la Luna. Hay muchísimos videos fake. Y en Marte también, ¿no? Te ponen ruinas mayas ahí con Photoshop en la superficie. Bueno, es lamentable, ¿no? Y fíjense que esos canales reciben decenas, si no centenares de miles de visitas. Si yo coloco un eco del mundo estrellado, la superficie de, no sé, el cráter Gale, está uno de los rovers, y pongo así nomás con Photoshop unas ruinas, En vez de tener miles, tengo cientos de miles de seguidores. No es el caso ni me arrepiento, ¿no? Pero quiero decir, es un negocio. Así que a todos los que están aquí siguiendo la transmisión, bueno, Ecos de un Mundo Estrellado, desde luego que no es el único canal serio, ni mucho menos que hay en español. Hay muchos canales buenos, realmente, muchos colegas que hacen un trabajo extraordinario. Donde vean esas noticias, terror en el espacio. Al algoritmo de Google le encanta, pero bueno, no son canales serios, mucho amarillismo, a veces exageran y otras veces mienten descaradamente, es decir, poner ruinas es directamente una mentira. Es una pena que Google quiera hacerlo, ¿no? No tenga controles. Hoy habiendo IA, ¿no? Inteligencia artificial que podría chequear todo eso e impedir, ¿no? Impedir que se mienta de esa manera, ¿no? Es una pena porque desinforma, y sobre todo hay muchos chicos que miran, ¿no? Y bueno, me doy cuenta por las preguntas que me hacen muchas veces en el Planetario Peco, donde trabajo ahora. Se me perdieron mis compañeros del Planetario Peco. Bueno. Nacho Giovanetti, un saludo a mi papá. Ahí va. Hay muchos canales, ninguno con el rigor y cuidado que suele dar. Ay, vamos a mostrar eso, ¿no? No. Yo te agradezco el cumplido, pero hay muchos canales buenos. Hay muchos canales buenos. Ahí está el canal de Santo Alaya, el astrónomo español, date un blog, creo que es así. Es muy bueno, él es astrónomo. Hay excelentes canales. Canales cobardes, dice. Bueno, no es para tanto. No son canales cobardes, son canales que buscan su negocio, ¿no? Bueno, si tienen alguna pregunta, pueden hacerlo. No quiero extender mucho la transmisión si no pasa nada. Parece que todo está funcionando bien, ya están en órbita nominal. Insisto, acá van a quedar durante 2 días y luego van a la Luna. Les va a llevar 3 días más llegar. Siempre nos preguntan, ¿no? En el planetario, ¿cuánto demora un viaje a la Luna? ¿No? Claro, porque calculan la velocidad de las naves y uno dice en horas debería llegar. Lo que pasa es que no es una línea recta. Se va orbitando la Tierra, órbitas cada vez más altas. También hay que probar que todo funcione bien, porque si estás orbitando la Tierra siempre puedes volver con la cápsula Orion. Hay que probar la navegación, hay que probar el soporte vital, la electricidad, el oxígeno, cómo funciona la navegación. Ese acople que se va a hacer, ese pseudo acople, es importante también para ver cómo funciona la navegación. Una vez que estás tranquilo y que ves que todos los sistemas funcionan, ya podés volver, ¿no? ¿Qué se sabe de Atenea? Menos mal que me dijiste, porque me había olvidado de mencionar eso en toda la transmisión. Hay una entrevista que hicimos a una ingeniera, está en el canal, una entrevista en un streaming que le hicimos con mis compañeros del Planetario Pecos, que nos contó todo lo relativo a Atenea. Para los que no lo saben, Atenea es un módulo que ha construido la CONAE, que es la Comisión Nacional de Investigaciones Espaciales, el organismo espacial argentino, junto con el INVAP, para estudiar la radiación solar. Tiene sensores para determinar la radiación solar, entre otros objetivos. Ese es el más importante. También va a validar otras tecnologías como las comunicaciones y el GPS. Es muy chiquito, 30 por 30 centímetros, es uno de esos CubeSat, ¿vieron? Y va junto a otros 3 más, de otros países. Arabia Saudita, Alemania y Corea del Sur. Y es el objeto que más lejos va a ir en la historia de nuestro país, de la Argentina. Va a ir a 70.000 kilómetros de distancia. Y nos contaba esta ingeniera que va a durar horas su transmisión. No es que va a estar durante días y semanas, Bueno, cuando le preguntamos por qué, es como que nos dijo algo así, como que hay que aprovechar lo que hay. Y, bueno, de acuerdo a la altura a la que se va a lanzar, a la que se va a liberar el satélite, que está en un pequeño anillo, todavía no ocurrió esa separación. Entiendo que se hace más adelante. Deberían abrirse ya aparentemente los paneles solares, ¿no? Es como que hemos llegado a ese punto en la línea de tiempo. Bueno, se va a liberar y durante unas horas va a transmitir toda esa información, así que ahí va a comenzar el trabajo de la CONAE, ¿no? Horas en las que esperan que todo salga bien. Vamos a ver qué pasa cuando eso ocurra, ¿no? Pero Atenea es, por si no lo saben, la diosa de la sabiduría, por eso le han puesto ese nombre a la sonda, ¿no?
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Atenea construyeron en Argentina, sí.
Capcom Stan Love reading up to the crew of Integrity. They will switch the navigation source from Channel 1, standing by for confirmation that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when, and as at least watching to confirm that switch has occurred.
Pero no hay una altura fija y me preguntan sobre la cápsula Orion, ¿no? Va a ir subiendo de órbita.
We're actually inside 20 minutes at this time from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. We did have a successful deployment and launched of all 4 solar array wings.
Parece que ya se desplegaron perfectamente bien los paneles solares. Siguiendo con lo que te decía, está a una altura de unos 200 kilómetros, pero luego va a ir subiendo. O sea, va a ir aumentando progresivamente a cientos de miles de kilómetros, ¿no? Va a estar unos 7.400 kilómetros de la Luna. Y la distancia máxima de la Tierra es de unos 400.000 kilómetros. O sea, piensen que ningún ser humano ha llegado a 400.000 kilómetros. La Luna está a 380.000, pero se van a 20.000 kilómetros más. Por eso la van a ver, como dije más temprano en la transmisión, extiendan todo el brazo e imaginen una pelota de básquet. Así es como van a ver la Luna. Así que bueno, algunos datitos interesantes. Sí, ya están desplegados los paneles solares. Sí, se lo ve en la animación telemétrica, pero aparte lo dijo el locutor recién, ¿no? Sí, hubiera sido lindo que realmente tengamos mejores imágenes donde se pueda ver qué pasa con los paneles solares. La verdad que todo eso es muy posible hoy, ¿no? Colocar cámaras y mostrarnos todo lo que está ocurriendo. Espero que cuando muestren el acople se pueda ver algunas imágenes, cuando se separe el módulo de servicio, el módulo que todavía está impulsando lentamente a la nave, ¿no?
But what it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit to 100.
Lindo comentario aquí. No, ese no era un lindo comentario. Este quería mostrar. Es cierto, las imágenes no son buenas. Sí.
Hola Luis, ¿estás ahí? No sé si me escuchás.
Sí, los estoy escuchando. Se han perdido. Están en vivo, están en vivo.
Sí, por supuesto.
¿Qué les pareció el lanzamiento?
Había mucha bulla acá, por eso nos muteamos.
Sí, la verdad que sí.
Y bueno, vos sabés cómo es el espacio de trabajo.
Los voy a mostrar para que los vean así, ¿no? Ahí están. Ahí están dos de mi compañero. Leo y Max, compañeros
en el planetario. Recién se acaba de ir, ella está en un vivo en Instagram. A ver, para que tengo acá todo un...
¿Qué les pareció el lanzamiento?
Sí, la verdad, hermoso. Estoy
absolutamente increíble.
Tengo unos nervios de la emoción.
¿Lo vieron en el domo?
No puede ser que la cámara del despegue justo se haya quedado negra, pero bueno, son cosas que pasan.
Ah, sí. Bueno, acá están criticando bastante la transmisión comparada con las de SpaceX. La verdad que las de SpaceX tienen muchas cámaras en torno al cohete, arriba, abajo, se ven los acoples, se ve cuando está orbitando.
Cuando
La
largan
verdad
los
que
satélites, se ve absolutamente todo.
sí. Y incluso, como decían aquí, hay más cámaras en los lanzamientos de China y de Rusia que en el que mostró la NASA, ¿no? Pero bueno, yo supongo que
Sí,
será
la verdad que
cuestión de
sí.
tiempo para que vayan mejorándolo, ¿no?
Sí, para mí lo van a mejorar. Yo creo que después de este despegue ya van a mejorar muchísimo. Pero lo que nosotros estamos hablando con Leo acá era, no hablamos del tema de las cámaras, sino que hablamos de la interfaz. Tipo, cómo se ve el streaming en sí. Para mí, en cuestión de visual, para el que está viendo el streaming, para mí fue mejor el de la NASA. Para mí se ve más organizado, se ve más limpio. Y que para mí, de una forma de decirlo, el de SpaceX me parecía más tosco. Esa es una opinión que yo tuve, ¿no?
Probablemente sea la única opinión en todo el chat, porque a todo el mundo le gusta más la de SpaceX. Acá tengo muchos fans de Elon Musk.
No, está perfecto. No, yo tampoco digo que fue un mal streaming lo de ellos.
Por ejemplo,
además se
obviamente son
pixeló,
diferentes, ¿no? Este tiene color.
en algún momento se pixeló también la transmisión. Y, ¿lo vieron en el domo o no? Al lanzamiento.
Está vivo en el domo, así es. Se ve espectacular.
¿Están en el domo en estos momentos?
Sí.
No, ahora no. Okay.
Sí, sí.
Vamos a aclararle a la gente porque si no entiende nada. Cuando hablo del domo del planetario. El domo del planetario Pecos tiene 12 metros de diámetro y se imaginen ustedes que es espectacular cómo se ve, ¿no? La imagen, el sonido además es impresionante, es un sonido muy, muy profesional. En estos momentos el planetario Pecos es uno de los mejores planetarios de Sudamérica y de la Argentina, es muy moderno, se inauguró el 8 de diciembre, así que realmente estamos muy, muy contentos y orgullosos de trabajar allí. Así que haber tenido ustedes la posibilidad de seguir el lanzamiento ahí, la verdad que todo un privilegio. Pero bueno, yo tenía que hacer la transmisión aquí desde mi apartamento.
Bueno, por lo menos Alan lo puede disfrutar en el domo. Alan estaba fascinado con el despegue.
¿Sí? Alan, ¿no está por allí, Alan?
Sí, pasó a saludar hace un rato también, tuvo Raúl, también estuvieron acá. Estuvieron acá saludando a la gente, charlando un poco también. ¿Vos escuchás qué están diciendo?
No, ahí.
Bueno, le saco el audio un momento, chicos. A ver, quiero ver qué otras preguntas tienen aquí en el chat. Pecos, ¿en qué lugar? Claro, buena pregunta, no lo dije. Está muy cerca de Carlos Paz. Es un parque temático muy conocido, un parque de entretenimientos que tiene muchos años, cumplió 40 años hace poco, famoso en Argentina, probablemente el mejor y casi único parque temático que tiene el país, donde tiene muchos juegos, tiene algunos animales también, y muchos animales silvestres de la zona, y ahora se ha sumado un planetario con una tecnología espectacular. Así que cuando estamos allí mostrando el cielo a la gente, con mis compañeros aquí del planetario, realmente no lo podemos creer. Cómo se ven las estrellas, cómo se ve todo, ¿no? Tiene un realismo el cielo, una nitidez, son proyectores 4K, un sistema de sonido 5.1, así que es realmente una belleza. Así que los invitamos, por lo menos a los que estén cerca, acá nos ve gente de todo el mundo, pero bueno, para gente que viaje alguna vez al país, que viaje a la Argentina, realmente está en la provincia de Córdoba, una provincia que está en el centro del país, una provincia muy bonita, una de las provincias más turísticas que tiene la Argentina, con muchas sierras. Tenemos ganas de organizar en los próximos meses un encuentro con todos los apasionados por el cielo, Star Party la llamamos. Tenemos todavía que precisar bien la fecha, lo voy a dar a conocer en el canal por la gente que esté cerca y que quiera venir. Así que ahí vamos a poder charlar personalmente, va a haber muchas charlas, va a haber conferencias de astrónomos, lo estamos organizando y vamos a mostrar películas y bueno, muchas proyecciones en el planetario. Vamos a dar charlas. Paso algunos comentarios bonitos. Bueno, muchas gracias. Muy amable. Saludos a la gente de AEDO. No hay nada que agradecer, para mí es realmente una pasión hacerlo. Desde muy chico me ha gustado la astronomía. Y bueno, cuando a uno le gusta algo, tiene muchas ganas de compartirlo, ¿no? Saben que Carl Sagan tenía esa famosa frase que decía, cuando uno está enamorado quiere decírselo al mundo y comunicárselo. Bueno, eso nos pasa a todos los divulgadores, que hay muchos y muy buenos en todos lados, ¿no? En la Argentina también. Tengo muchos amigos con los que me he encontrado en muchas oportunidades en esos encuentros, en esos estar parte. Ahora nos encontramos, bueno, virtualmente, pero es una pena, hay que volverse a encontrar en forma personal. Bueno, gracias. Sí, invierto, la verdad que un tiempo, todos los días trato algunos minutitos de hacer algún reporte. Algunos se ven más, otros se ven menos, no importa. Siempre hay gente que está allí presente. Acá tenemos este comentario sobre el tema de los satélites. Mauricio, no es solo eso. Es cierto que ahora con los satélites Starlink, por ejemplo, cuando el Starship desciende en la atmósfera terrestre y que debería comenzar ese blackout en las comunicaciones, él con los Starlink puede mantener la comunicación. Es cierto. La ha mejorado, la ha extendido a esas comunicaciones. Pero sin los Starlink, ya SpaceX pone cámaras en los cohetes laterales por todos lados y su transmisión es mejor, ¿sí? Y no creo de que si la NASA se lo pide, cuando son socios, básicamente, o sea, SpaceX tiene un hangar, yo lo he visto en el Centro Espacial Kennedy, porque de ahí salen, ahí, digamos, se arman todos sus cohetes Falcon 9 y Falcon Heavy, o sea, y de ahí los llevan a la torre, así que no creo que la NASA no pueda usar sus satélites de Starlink. Vivo muy cerca del Domo de Pecos. Cuando vengas a avisar y nos conocemos, te sigo del inicio. Y dale, venite, yo estoy allí todos los días. Ahora en Semana Santa, jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo va a haber funciones, desde las 17 horas. Así que venite y charlamos un rato. Saludos de Valencia, España. Vamos a colocar el comentario porque adoro Valencia. He estado en un par de oportunidades. Y Marisa, ustedes tienen el planetario más lindo que hay en el mundo. Más lindo, me refiero a su estética exterior. No sé si han visto ustedes la Ciudad de las Artes, ahí en Valencia. Te cansás de sacarle fotos. Y muchas películas de ciencia ficción filman ahí, ¿no? Westworld, por ejemplo, de HBO, han filmado ahí adentro, porque realmente parece como si fuera una ciudad espacial, parece algo del futuro. Y me parece que en una serie, Andor, me parece que es de la saga de la Guerra de las Galaxias, me parece que también está allí la ciudad de las artes y las ciencias. Sigo mostrando comentarios. No, ¿cómo no van a ser los suyos los viajes tripulados, amigos? No nos olvidemos de las misiones Apolo. Salvo las Dragon X de SpaceX que están llevando astronautas en la ISS, todos los vuelos tripulados lo hicieron ellos. Bueno, las naves Soyuz también han llevado, bueno, también ahora los taconautas, los chinos han llevado sus propios astronautas a Tiangong, su estación espacial. Pero no podemos decir de ninguna manera que no es negocio de la NASA. Además, no, para nosotros, los amantes de la exploración espacial, pienso que lo importante es que haya competencia justamente, que haya muchos estados, organizaciones, empresas Porque eso es lo que va a impulsar el programa espacial. ¿Qué nos importa a nosotros que venga de un país o del otro? Todo esto lo va a acelerar. Así que todos tienen que poner su granito de arena, ¿sí? Qué lindo lo del web, ¿no? Gracias. Bueno, como no sé los nombres de ustedes, Lux022, gracias por tu comentario. Sí, eso fue espectacular. Seguir el lanzamiento del web y lo seguimos durante varios días hasta que se desplegó, ¿no? Imagínense ustedes la cantidad de mecanismos, cientos de mecanismos y micromotores hasta que el web quedó completamente desplegado. Uy, sos astrofísico, Vicente, pero qué vergüenza. ¿Cómo me vas a escuchar a mí? Por favor, un astrofísico. No existo al lado tuyo. Bueno, qué linda carrera. Ojalá hubiera podido estudiar astronomía. Por las dudas yo les digo a todos, aprovecho la oportunidad, yo no soy astrónomo, soy periodista, especializado, si se quieren, en astronomía y en ciencias, ¿no? Responsable de los planetarios en el estado de Quintana Roo. Bueno, obviamente no los conozco. Me gustaría visitarlos algún día. Gracias por tu mensaje. Vamos a poner aquí los videos de Antonio Rodríguez, también Exoplanetas. Exoplanetas se llama el canal, es un canal bueno también. Cosa que yo no los miro mucho, pero no por celo ni nada de eso, no tengo tiempo muchas veces de ver en YouTube. Voy a hablar ahora con el planetario. Pecos, la verdad que trabajamos mucho allí, con mucha pasión y entusiasmo, la verdad que no me queda mucho tiempo para ver qué hacen los colegas, ¿no? El comentario conspiranoico y lo sacamos. Muchas gracias, muy amable por tu aporte, gracias. Son caricias, ¿no? Sí, yo también espero ver el alunizaje, pero va a ser en el 2028, ¿sabes? Pasó al 2028 ya el alunizaje. ¿En serio que tengo la voz de Morgana Freeman o de Morgan Freeman? ¿Estás hablando de Morgan Freeman, el actor?
Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights at the card game. The astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway.
Bueno, vamos a ir cerrando la transmisión. Allí la veo a Ariana, a ver si quiere conversar un poquito, a ver qué le pareció el lanzamiento. ¿Me escuchás, Leo, allí?
Así que nos vemos la próxima. Adiós.
Nos quedamos. Nos quedamos sin transmisión. Hola, están allí. Ahí los veo. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, Luis.
Hola, Ariana. Bueno.
¿Todo bien?
Todo bien, ha terminado la transmisión, pero seguimos en vivo. Sigo en vivo con la gente que nos sigue viendo
la cámara que tiene
aquí en el canal. Así que si querés hacer un comentario para la gente de Ecos, estás en el aire. Ariana, ¿me escuchás?
Sí, totalmente. Que gracias por estar del otro lado, gracias por vivir junto a todos nosotros este momento increíble, porque, bueno, nosotros algo que comentábamos acá, Luis, es de que si bien a ustedes les ha tocado vivir los proyectos Apolo junto con Raúl, que nos comentaba que había vivido todas las fases de los proyectos Apolo, para nosotros es algo totalmente nuevo, o sea, poder entender lo que vivieron en aquel entonces, cómo la tecnología avanzó, cómo se esperan los proyectos a futuro, o sea, hay un antes y un después, y qué orgullo para Argentina formar parte de este proyecto con el satélite, con el CubeSat que es enviado, y poder transmitirlo. En este momento tenemos gente que nos ha caído al planetario, te cuento, a visitarnos, que no lo esperábamos, viste que nosotros no íbamos a abrir el día de hoy porque no habíamos tenido consultas, era lo cierto, y cayó gente a querer ver la transmisión en vivo y les dijimos, ¿por qué no? Si nosotros estamos acá, abrimos nuestras puertas, bienvenidos sean, así que en este momento tenemos gente en nuestro domo planetario que está mirando en la tremenda y semejante pantalla la retransmisión en vivo de este momento que marca la historia. Y qué lindo que así sea, ¿no?
Qué sorpresa eso, qué lindo saber que finalmente se pudo hacer. Lo que pasa es que, como decíamos, es difícil programar funciones con el lanzamiento porque pueden ocurrir muchos imprevistos, es decir, son siempre provisorios y vimos que en un momento dado la cuenta regresiva se detuvo, hubo un par de problemas que por suerte fueron
yo creo que todos nos asustamos en ese momento.
Sí. Así que todo puede pasar y es muy difícil hacer venir a la gente y hacer toda una campaña de marketing para que venga a ver un lanzamiento y que después...
De hecho, ya nos había sucedido el hecho de que iba a ser en febrero, después iba a ser en marzo, y el hecho de hacer todo un evento especial donde implique que la gente incluso se traslade desde diferentes lugares. Hay gente que viene desde Córdoba, desde la ciudad de Córdoba, incluso más lejos, para vivir este momento y que después resulta de que por problemas mayores a nosotros esto no se termina efectuando. No queríamos quedar mal con el público, intentamos desde nuestra parte poder hacerlo mejor, brindar excelencia en nuestros servicios, por eso hemos invertido tanto en esa cúpula, en la educación de todos los chicos, en tenerlos acá ustedes, en dar una buena imagen. Hay un trabajo muy, muy grande de trasfondo de todo esto, entonces justamente para poder brindar algo bien dijimos, más vale, vamos a lo seguro. Ahora que ya se hizo el lanzamiento, que ya están camino a la Luna, vamos a estar siguiendo todo obviamente por streaming, el paso a paso, el minuto a minuto, pero sí está la posibilidad de que hagamos un evento para el regreso, cuando vuelvan y finalicen, de que lo puedan vivir acá en el gran domo planetario, en esa tremenda pantalla que la verdad que te deja sin aliento cuando la ves. Estaría fantástico empezar a planearlo, así que no se pierdan de toda la información que les vamos a estar compartiendo en nuestras redes sociales, @pecosplanetario en Instagram y en YouTube.
Perfecto, sí, algo es seguro, sabemos la fecha en la que van a volver, eso seguramente no se va a retrasar, pero además tenemos por delante 9 días más en los cuales vamos a seguir a la cápsula y todas sus aventuras, por decirlo de alguna manera. Así que invitamos a la gente ahora en Semana Santa, que vamos a abrir desde las 17 horas, para que nos visiten, porque además de nuestra función, digamos que convencional, por decirlo así, no, vamos a estar estrenando una película, no vamos a decir que vamos a estar estrenando la película Moonbase, ¿no, Ariana?
Así es, Moonbase, en la cual acá muchos chicos, incluyéndote, Luis, forman parte de una traducción que para nosotros decimos también otros orgullos más que seguimos sacando de la galera, porque no es fácil poder hacer doblajes y la verdad es que acá se puede todo.
Bueno, ahí estuvo Max seguramente. Mi compañero Max nació en Estados Unidos, así que bueno, él obviamente maneja el inglés mejor que nadie y seguramente habrá estado ayudando allí a mis compañeros y al público presente en el domo, ¿no? Comentando todo lo que estaba pasando. Así que jueves, viernes, sábado y domingo vamos a seguir. Tenemos un par de días que van a estar orbitando la Tierra y bueno, ya sábado y domingo los vamos a tener volando a la Luna. Seguramente va a haber imágenes de los astronautas en la cápsula. Nos van a ir contando qué es lo que pasa.
Santa, así que aquellos que tengan un tiempito disponible los esperamos acá en el planetario. Claro,
y Moonbase es una película que se estrena por primera vez en la Argentina. Yo me arriesgo a decir que se estrena en Sudamérica. Es una película maravillosa con una definición impresionante que nos muestra, además está en inglés, claro, hicimos todo un doblaje con los chicos, con todas nuestras voces, y quedó realmente muy bien, estoy muy orgulloso de ese trabajo que se hizo en equipo, y nos muestra casualmente el futuro, viene como anillo al dedo, porque nos muestra justamente el futuro en el programa espacial de la NASA de construir una base en la Luna. Nos muestra qué va a pasar hoy y nos muestra qué va a pasar en el mañana, o sea, plantea el hecho de lo que va a pasar dentro de 10 años, 100 años, 1000 años, 10.000 años, hacia dónde vamos. Realmente es una película maravillosa y viene perfectamente a cuento de lo que está pasando ahora. Se van a quedar asombrados cuando la vean. Y después vamos a mostrar con el streaming en el domo del planetario qué está pasando con los astronautas y además pueden conversar con nosotros y hacernos todas las preguntas del caso, armar un debate. Así que va a ser algo muy lindo. Supongo que no podemos ver la gente que está allí, ¿no? No hay ninguna, es un lío, una camarita ahí. Bueno, apareció justo la gente de la NASA, de la conferencia de prensa.
Sí. Como si te estuvieran escuchando, mira.
Sí, parece. No me refería a ustedes, me refería a la gente del domo, pero bueno.
No, ya sabemos que no.
Bueno, acá estoy viendo algunas preguntas. Bueno, acá me están hablando de mi otro amor, que es el Observatorio de Oro Verde, de la Asociación Entrerriana de Astronomía. Lamentablemente vas a tener que venirte a Pecos ahora para conocerme, porque no estoy más. Estoy viviendo en Carlos Paz, en Córdoba, y estoy trabajando en el planetario. Pero están mis compañeros allí que van al
Lo trajimos
observatorio
para la
todos los
República
sábados.
de Córdoba.
Sí, me secuestraron, ¿sí? A ver, vamos a mostrar este comentario.
No diga eso.
Estás porque vos querés, no te secuestramos.
Por ahora.
Por ahora.
Bueno, ¿qué voy a hacer un héroe? Ni vi lo que decía ahí. Bueno, vamos cerrando la transmisión, ¿les parece?
Nosotros estamos más que satisfechos con la transmisión, felices de vivir el momento acá. Las risas, como ya nos conoces, no faltaron en ningún momento.
Y por eso los tuve que sacar de transmisión, por eso los tuve que sacar, porque en un momento dado era un lío bárbaro, no se escuchaba nada, y bueno, me iban a matar los que estaban viendo la transmisión.
Pedimos mil disculpas.
Seguramente. Acá
Censuré.
Yo sé que la gente te sigue porque vos brindas datos fehacientes, nosotros también, pero le clavamos un extra de humor.
Sí.
Yo soy un tipo
Un
serio.
toque cordobés.
Bueno, es así, ¿no? No, pero justo estaban con la cuenta
Luis,
regresiva parada en 10 minutos y bueno, no sabíamos lo que pasaba, así que realmente... Bueno, pero acá mirá lo que dicen. Muy amena la transmisión.
Sí, al igual que vos estabas comentando
este momento. Ajá. Bueno, van llegando comentarios.
Claro, al igual que vos estabas comentando lo que están viendo tu directo, comentando qué era el problema, nosotros estamos haciendo desde acá con la ayuda mía y poder traducir lo que decían ellos.
Qué bueno,
Perfecto.
Luis, el público internacional que tenés ahí te están saludando desde Colombia, Bogotá.
Sí.
Tremendo.
Sí, hay muchos.
Los invitamos a que nos sigan, Pecos Planetario también, la comunidad.
Sí. A ver, hay un Instagram que es Pecos Planetario, pueden seguirlo. Ahí hay mucha información sobre astronomía. Obviamente que es
También
las
estamos
redes
compartiendo
sociales.
toda la información. Hoy subimos un video tuyo, te estás comunicando lo de Artemisa.
Sí. Estamos tratando de construir las redes sociales de a poquito y bueno, y va creciendo. Ya tenemos como 5.000 y pico, ¿no? En el Instagram
Sí,
de
tenemos
Pecos,
5.000,
¿no?
nos siguieron bastante. En un momento teníamos 20 en vivo.
Muy bien.
Para nosotros un montón.
Por supuesto, hay que empezar de a poco. Sí, hay muchos países que están viendo. Y vos sabés que tengo pocas oportunidades para conversar y contestar preguntas. Me critican porque no contesto preguntas y la verdad que no tengo tiempo, ese es el problema. Y yo reconozco que termina siendo una falta de respeto a los seguidores, pero el problema, le digo a quienes están mirando todavía, es que yo hago un reporte todos los días, ¿no? Hay canales que hacen un reporte una vez por semana, una vez cada 2 semanas. Entonces me es imposible todos los días estar contestando preguntas. Ahora vi que hay una nueva opción que uno puede contestar con audio, lo cual por ahí es más fácil, ¿no? Apretar y contestar con un audio rápido que andar escribiendo, ¿sí?
Sí,
bueno.
Te acorta los tiempos.
Nos estamos viendo mañana.
Bueno, Luis, gracias. Nos vemos mañana.
Bueno, gracias.
Nos vemos mañana.
Nos vemos mañana, Luis.
Gracias.
Chau. Hasta luego. Bueno, muy bien. Y a todos ustedes, ¿qué decirles? Muchísimas gracias por haberme acompañado en la transmisión desde Casablanca, Chile. Muchas gracias. Me encanta Chile. He ido a ver los grandes observatorios, los grandes telescopios que hay en Chile, maravillosos. He estado trabajando en Vicuña, donde está el observatorio Mamayuca, que está más o menos Vicuña, unos 70 kilómetros 60 de La Serena, los mejores cielos del mundo, realmente extraordinarios. Así que me encanta realmente ir a Chile. Ahí tienen la industria del astroturismo, creo que es, después de la minería, debe ser, no quiero hablar de más, pero la principal industria que tiene, ¿no? Sí, vivo en Carlos Paz. Así es, estoy en Carlos Paz, pero estoy como quien dice de incógnito, ¿no? Bueno, un saludo a todos los chicos del planetario, a mi hijo Alan Trumper, que también me ha acompañado y que él, les aclaro, siempre lo digo, tuvo la idea de este canal, Ecos de un Mundo Estrellado. Yo hacía el programa de televisión, lo dejé de hacer. Durante un tiempo me dijo, volví a hacerlo. lo volví a hacer y finalmente apareció también este canal que me ha dado tantas satisfacciones. La principal satisfacción que me da es sobre todo ver los comentarios y los mensajes que hay entre ustedes y los debates que hay en cada video que hago. Son maravillosos. Hay gente de enorme valía, como este señor astrofísico de México. Hay muchos astrónomos ahí metidos en el canal. Realmente hay gente que me ayuda cuando yo no contesto y que responde muy bien a las preguntas. Así que mi mayor orgullo, se los digo, son ustedes, la gente que forma esta maravillosa comunidad de ecos de un mundo estrellado. Este último comentario, gracias. Y vamos a seguir transmitiendo desde aquí, desde Carlos Paz. Bueno, dicen que hubo problemas con la comunicación con la tripulación y que falló un filtro aire, no sé, la verdad que no sé nada. Ah, lo están diciendo en conferencia de prensa. Bueno, en estos momentos, no estoy con el audio en estos momentos, pero aparentemente la transmisión estaba todavía, ¿no?
Team in terms of decision making and understanding of anything that goes on. So that team is ready to go and really excited and happy to be getting to this point in our launch countdown sequence.
Ah, no, está todo bien, no hay ningún problema. Gente, nos estamos viendo. Muchas gracias por todo, y hasta la próxima transmisión. Nos seguimos viendo en los reportes diarios de Ecos de un Mundo Estrellado. Chao.